Okay. Hi. I was afraid I wasn't gonna make it. And, well, guess what? I made it. Yeah, I know it's been a while since I've streamed on here and things look a little different. I couldn't find some of the stuff that I normally use, so I'm using this. That should be better. Anyway, um, damn it. A few things have changed since the last time I streamed. Um, I have upgraded my computer. I think the last time I streamed, I was on a 3800X or something like that, Ryzen CPU, and now I'm on a AM5 Ryzen 7600X. Not that I need the extra horsepower because of the games I tend to play, but it never hurts. And got myself a new chair. Uh, couldn't find the blanket that I'd been using as my backdrop, so had to run to the dollar store real quick and get something else to work in the meantime. Other than that, yeah, stuff is largely the same as what it was before. And I have decided that this stream, I am going to start streaming some deck design. And I haven't done that before. I've designed decks, of course. I'm not. Again, I never claimed to be great or amazing or awesome at any of it. But I like to build for fun. I like to build out of, what looks interesting, what looks cool. And just for frame of reference, I will pull up my list of decks that I have in progress. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. I have a... No, still not quite enough. There we go. I have an older version of... Microsoft Office that I use. Let me just see that real. Oh, that does not show up very well at all, does it? Alright, I'm going to have to go. Alright. That's... Alright, so I'm going to have to set this for larger. Okay. I need to set this for 400. So it's actually viewable to people actually watching the stream at this size. Or what I can do is I can make that bigger. And then how about we do this? You can see a fair bit that way. So, if I do... I should have done this part earlier, and I didn't, and I apologize to everyone. But now you're seeing me doing this stuff on the fly. There we go. Hopefully that is sufficiently visible now. And what you'll see here on the spreadsheet is I have a list of decks that I build. And my plan for this is to build one for Commander, one for every color and color combination, including colorless, and then one for every monocolored, including colorless, and allied color pair that's made of only commons. Now, why am I building decks of only commons? I like giving myself some kind of interesting restriction, some kind of interesting challenge when it comes to deck building. And sometimes it's, for example, if you go down to this green one here, you know, Deschamps the Falling Leaf, control. Green is not known for playing control. Now, over the last handful of years, it got better. I originally conceived this deck about over 10 years ago. And it was really, really hard to find cards that actually fit the control theme for green. But I was able to come up with something. And I actually have it in paper now. This white deck, Yomiji, Who Bars the Way, who at that point, when I came up with the deck idea initially, and I was going through the list of mono white legends, really was the only one that at all suited the deck. So, which is why I went with Yomiji. Multi-balls, if you're familiar with pinball, like the pinball games at all, when you do a certain thing in the game, it releases all 3 pinballs to the game for you to bounce around and do all your combos with. So this is a deck based around throwing every combo I can think of that's in mono white into it and going off. The combos don't necessarily have to have anything to do with each other. The red deck here, Squee, Goblin Nabob, Squee, Voltron. I decided I wanted a deck based around throwing a bunch of enchantments onto a creature and attacking with that creature. I wanted to do that in red because red does not get that ability very easily. So again, I want something interesting. I want something that's going to be a challenge. I want something that's going to be fun to design and fun to play afterward. But for me at this point, the interest is more in the fun to build part because I love brewing decks. It's there's nothing that tickles my enjoyment of the game as much as coming up with neat and cool ideas and stuff that people haven't seen before. The decks that are marked on here as Pauper. These are the these are not for Pauper Commander. Pauper Commander is its own format. I have no problem with Pauper Commander, but I am not building these decks for that format. I am building these decks as normal Commander decks. And then from there, I'm just adding the restriction of making them commons only. This does allow me to play cards that are banned in Pauper or banned in Pauper Commander. As long as they're not banned in Commander, don't care. um, One of the best cards you can get for something like that is this card, Bonder's Ornament. Tap it is 3 mana, artifact that taps for any color. 4 tap. Each player who controls a permanent named Bonder's Ornament draws a card. When you're playing with only commons, being able to get some kind of consistent card advantage is not always easy. Pardon me, had this cough for a while. It is not going away. But it's fine. I'll survive. Maybe. But when you're playing with only commons, it's great because it fixes your mana and it draws you an extra card every turn, and the likelihood of somebody else playing it is pretty low. Therefore, it's kind of okay to throw into other decks as well, because people don't play this card. If you want something to draw cards, you have lots of options. It's in pretty much every color. Even white these days is slowly getting in on let's draw a bunch of cards. Not necessarily all at once, but in a turn cycle, it's not impossible to draw an extra 3 or 4 cards. So here's the list of decks that I'm slowly working on. And the way these are, you'll know they've got different colors to them. This is so I can tell at a glance without having to try and figure out, okay, what's Jeskai again? And sit there and think Jeskai is white, blue, and red. I can see that the decks that have a light color here that's not white is white. If it's got a blue name, it's blue. The gray means it runs black. This pinkish color is for red because red doesn't show up as well. This green color obviously means it's green. And these two up here that are the Spanish color, that's historically what got used back in the day for artifacts. So if you go back to, I don't know, let's go to a really, really bad card that nobody in their right mind would play. In fact, even back then I didn't like. And then, let's go that color. Artifacts before Mirrodin, so before 2000 and, I want to say 2008, wherever, no, more than that, 2003? See the Synod came out in 2003. So yeah, before this set, artifacts had that brown color to it. Then they got changed to a silver color. which in the original Mirrodin set, and I think maybe Darksteel as well, was really easy to get mixed up with white. Anyway, enough about that. This is the list of decks that I plan on working on, and they've all got some kind of theme already to them. And then things like, you know, this Lady Orca commons only Rakdos deck is a black-red reanimator deck. So, what am I going to be working on today? I'm not going to deal with worrying about a commons only deck right now. What I am going to start off with is this. I know, what's this? This, unsurprisingly, is a spreadsheet. Actually, let me see if I can I make this look any better? Not easily. Alright. Actually, you know what? I will do this. There's no reason to do this. But it's fine. Let's see if that looks any better on the stream. Nah, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So, commander decks are generally 99 cards plus your general. What I have here to start off with is, I mean, this just looks like 2 big boxes. But if you take a look, every single box, if I go down, this is 11 slots. Your commander is usually not part of the deck itself. It's off to the side. It starts in the command zone. And you generally have 99 cards in the actual deck. So that means you need 99 spots for cards. 99, the easiest way to break down 99 is 9 times 11, or 11 times 9. So I make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 columns. And every column, if I were to take this and bring this up here, you'll see that the height is the same. So that's 9 times 11. That's 99. So why do I do that? The first thing I look at is I generally want, and this is how I do things. Other people have got different thoughts about it. This is how I do things. I want 44 slots or thereabouts to mana. Usually this is around 38 lands and then 6 additional cards. 6 additional pieces of ramp of some sort. Your Soul Ring goes here. Your Thran Dynamo goes here. If I'm playing green, Cultivate or Kodama's Reach, Explosive Vegetation, that sort of thing, goes in the spot here. That would be part of this 44. That leaves me 55 cards to do other things. if I'm building a deck around a certain theme, like let's say I'm building goblins. None of my decks right now are goblins, but let's say I was to build goblins. I want at least, I'd say at least 2 columns, ideally a little more, somewhere around 25 cards to fit that theme specifically. So if I'm building a deck where, if I'm building a goblin deck, I want 1 out of every 4 cards that I draw to be a goblin, at least. And other cards that do other things, I also want to fit in that theme. If I can find a piece of graveyard removal, I want it to fit in that theme. If I'm looking for, if I can find a goblin that eats cards out of the graveyard, great. If I can't, I can't. But if I can, great. So, let me pull up some of the decks I've already done. And I'll give you a small taste of some of what this stuff actually looks like when it's done. Let's say this one. Now, what did I have to have you at? 400, I think. 300 there. All right. Actually, I can do 400. Now, this is going to look a little different, but it's an example. 0 Aryan Alphabet Soup. This particular deck, you'll notice how down here at the bottom, I have starts with and then a number. It's like, well, what's this for? The idea of this particular deck, I was trying to figure out what I would do for Jund, the black, red, green color combination. And Reanimator was a deck that I wanted to build a Reanimator deck, and I hadn't decided where I was going to put it in terms of colors and color combinations. So I went with Jund. Okay, that seems easy enough. But how to make this deck interesting and different compared to the others? So I came up with a restriction. I said no more, at least, because there's 26 letters in the alphabet. 4 times 26 is 104. But 3 times 76 is 78. I had to have at least 3 cards to start off with every letter of the alphabet. So if you scroll down, I have 3 A's, 4 B's, 3 C's, 3 D's, 4 E's, so on and so forth. Up until I top out at 5. S, 13. Which is a little misleading because, for example, 6 of them are swamps. If I knock that out, that brings it down to 7. Then I got Sulphur Springs, and Smoldering Crater, and Slippery Karst. So there's 3 more. So that's already 9 of them in my mana base, at least. And Stomping Ground. So if I take the ones that are in my mana base out, I still only have 3. Shield Druid, Stitched Together, Shattergang Brothers, and that should be it. Yeah, that's it. I only have 3 cards that start off with S that are actually in my deck. And then the other 10 are in the mana base, and 6 of those are basics. I think that's fine. And I played the deck, and it plays together fine. Now, you'll notice some interesting things about this deck. And that is, why do I have stuff colored? What? Why do I have stuff colored? Alright. If it is one color, like this, all this area is gray, and so are these couple, which means I should do some rearranging to make the visuals look better, but this has all got a gray background. That means all these are there for the same idea. Reanimators. Phyrex and Delver comes into play, get something back from the graveyard. Turgid. When an opponent loses one of their creatures, it comes, you get it back. Same with ours and a Kozilek. Shieldred Whispering one. At the beginning of your upkeep, you reanimate a creature. Stitch Together. If you, you bring a creature back from the graveyard to your hand, but if you've got 7 or more cards in your graveyard, it comes back into play. All of these are discard outlets. These, the stuff with a pink category. All bring stuff from your hand to your graveyard, because sometimes you draw the card that you want to shoot into play. These, the ones above it in orange where it says quick play. Where it says quick play, those are ways to cheat creatures into play without casting them. Removal. This green section comes into play, blows stuff up, activate abilities to blow stuff up. Just getting stuff blown up in the first place. This blue section. Entombers, ways to get cards from my library into my graveyard. And then this section here that's white, these are all just random bodies. Stuff that's there largely because I want it to be a body. You'll also notice that certain cards here, like for example, if you go to removal, Zathra Gorgon and Woodfall Primus are bold, but not quite as spike. Why is that? Bold to me signifies, when I'm doing these things, that this is a creature. This way, if I'm looking for creatures that do things, I can tell at a glance, this is a creature. Liliana the Veil is not a creature. She's a planeswalker, so she's not in bold. If I finally decided to post the deck somewhere, and I usually use deck stats for that, I'll put a link here. And then lands, when I'm doing a multicolored deck, especially like this, I try and aim for enough. I want to make sure that cards that tap for the relevant color are together. So green, Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, Slippery Karst, Tranquil Thicket, Dryad Arbor, and all the force are down here. And then 2 dual lands for black-green. All my lands that tap for red. The ones in italics here. Notice this is your 4x11 here. I don't have the... whatchamacallit? I don't have the cards that are not lands set aside. I do in other builds, and I usually have them like either up here or I have them down here, and then the rest is all. But in this case I didn't. And I don't remember why I specifically had these in italics, but usually they're together for a reason. These guys are together, and this and this. I'm presuming those were there because they're supposed to be colorless sources. Because Hedron Archive doesn't tap for colored mana. Quicksand and Ghost Quarter don't tap for colored mana. I don't remember about those two, and I think that was something that got replaced with something else and should have been unitalicized and wasn't. Anyway, I also put, at the very top, I also put who is or are my commander or commanders, and what's the theme of the deck, and I put that in the top left because that way, if I ever get confused, it's right there. Alright. So now that we've got that, Olivia Voldaren. Alright, who's Olivia Voldaren? That might be a good starting point. And Olivia Voldaren she's a 4-mana 3/3 legendary vampire with flying. And you can pay one red and one other to ping another creature for a point and permanently turn that creature into a vampire and put a counter on Olivia. And then for 2 black and 3 other, so for 5 mana, you can gain control of somebody else's vampire. So, if you activate the 2 mana ability first, and then later, and it turns something into a vampire, you can then pay 5 and go, this is now mine until you get rid of Olivia. But this is now mine. And if you lose Olivia, and she ends up back in the command zone, and you recast her, that creature is still a vampire. You're coming back to me now. What? You're coming back to me now. So, what is the plan of this deck? The plan of this deck, Olivia is black and red. So this is obviously a black-red deck. The plan of this deck is to steal your opponent's creatures for fun and profit. You're going to find a way to sacrifice them somehow for fun and profit. Alright. So where do we start? So, there are few cards in Commanders that are legal that are not legal in Vintage. Format, EDH, format, type 1. So what's in EDH that's not legal in Vintage? 127. Alright. First, let's take out anything that has to do with stickers. That brings it down to 79. Now let's take out attractions. That brings it down to 57. Most of the rest of these cards are from Infinity and generally have to do with either stickers or attraction. Alright. So let's take out those two. no cards found. This partly comes from the fact that it was Commander was originally based on what was legal in Vintage, and then let's make some cuts. Not a lot of cuts, but let's make some cuts. So, since I personally do not like using stickers or attractions, and this is for people that enjoy them, I'm not going to tell you you should use them or you shouldn't use them or anything like that. I personally don't like them. This is a me thing. But since stickers and attractions are not legal in any designed to be competitive format, I now go searching by what's legal in Vintage, and on Scryfall, which is an amazing search engine. Basically, if you should be using Scryfall or you should be using Gatherer, and you should learn how to use whichever one you want to use reasonably well. And as soon as you can learn how to use either of those, you're golden. I use Scryfall. Scryfall, if I want to turn around and look for cards that are legal in a certain format, F:. What format? Vintage, way back in the day, used to be called Type 1. To separate it largely from Type 2, which was what we now call Standard. And then in between there was Legacy, which was Type 1.5. Although, saying that's the same thing is a bit of a misnomer. That's another discussion for another time. And then Extended, which was either 1.7 or 1.x, depending on who you talk to. The precursor to Modern, basically. So, what am I looking for? I am looking for cards that have a color identity of, well, I could say black-red, or I could say Rakdos. Now, let's try something. O for Oracle Text. Control of end of turn. You put a minus in front to say, but not this. Let's see what happens. Control of minus O, because the first card I see is Adaptive Automaton. I'm like, that doesn't do what I'm looking for. Why? Other creatures you control of the chosen type. Minus O of the chosen. 84. So, a crow and horse is hilarious. Is not what I'm looking for at all. But is hilarious. And in a different kind of deck, I might try that. Let's sort this by color. Captivating Vampire. Tap 5 tap vampires you control. Gain control of target creature. It becomes a vampire in addition to its other types. You can activate that. So first of all, that gain control ability, unlike Olivia, it doesn't go away at the end of turn. Or it doesn't go away when she goes away. It stays. So you could activate Olivia. That if that's your fifth vampire, you now tap the creature that you stole and four others. And captivating vampires, that should keep it permanently. So, I'm looking for ways to steal creatures that don't necessarily say until, well, currently, that don't say until end of turn. Coffin Queen. Oh no. Is there? No, it's just a playing card. But there is a list printing of her. Target creature from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. I reanimate anybody's creature. And if she becomes untapped or I lose control of the Coffin Queen, I exile the creature. Okay. Worth a consideration. Fateful Handoff. That's another card like a Crow and Horse where it's like, I give this to somebody else. Now, I'll be going through this list. I'm not going to go through every single card. Because some of you people presumably have a life. And then some people would say, yeah, but we're gamers. Do we have a life? And how much mana do I have to pay for it? And this, that, and that. It's a whole. Anyway. Har, har, har. So, let's start off with a heading. Perma-steal. I want some cards to steal stuff permanently. So let's say I know I'm going to want Captivating Vampire. Actually, you know what? Just let's do this for now. I know I'm going to want that. Actually, let's take a quick scan because red does not get much perma-steal. If you take a look at this list, 84 cards, 4 to a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5 lines, so 22 cards that are red. Or sorry, that are black rather. 2, 4, 1, 2, 3. Oh, red's got a bunch, but if you start reading them, Aladdin, which you better pick up the Chronicles printing because that's like 43 cents. Compare that to the original print from Arabian Nights, which is $123 and some change. Yeah, take the Chronicles printing if you can get it. Yes, it's 4 mana with a 3 mana activation for 1/1. But you steal somebody's artifact. You steal their soul ring. You steal their Mask with Nexus. You steal like a lot of decks, combo pieces are that color. Alright. Let's look at some of these other things. Bizarre Trader. Target player gains control of target artifact, creature, or land you control. I have this thing I need to get rid of. Here, you take it. Go ahead. I bequeath it unto you. You might want to look up the Will of Zedru. Zedruu. It's worth a few laughs. But red largely seems to be more about giving giving control of something to somebody else. But there are some. Aladdin, as we mentioned, it's expensive, but it does what we're looking for. Chaos Lord goes to somebody else. Chef's Kiss gains control of a spell being cast, but only a spell that targets. Oh. You can steal an aura that way. That's hilarious because auras target when they cast. That's something to put in the back of my mind. I'm just going to make a quick note of this. Somebody else, potentially somebody else. Hellkite Tyrant. So I'm going to start off with red cards, because there's fewer of them. Hivus of the Scale. It's less than $5. People like playing their dragons. Tap. Gain control of target dragon for as long as you control Hivus and Hivus remains tapped. Hivus of the Scale. And these two are both creatures, so they become bold. Humble Defector, not this deck for not this kind of. Peh. This is not the right kind of deck for that card. I do have a deck for that though, but not this one. Illicit Auction. No. Opportunistic Dragon. Choose target human or artifact. It loses all abilities. Huh. Since we're looking for stuff to sacrifice, this might be worthwhile. When Opportunistic Dragon enters, choose target human or artifact an opponent controls. Your thing. For as long as the dragon remains on the battlefield, gain control of that permanent. It loses all abilities and can't attack or block. It still has whatever card types it is and everything else, and its size, and which means it is Opportunistic Dragon. Orca Squatters. When it attacks and isn't blocked, instead of dealing combat damage, you can steal one of your opponent's lands. Oh. If you can make it unblockable, you can eventually steal all your opponent's lands. If you end up with extra combats. Rogue's Passage. Commonly played card in Commander. Target creature can't be blocked this turn, which means if you end up with more than one combat step, it can't be blocked in any of them. Okay. And if your local game store is, is charging a lot for your Orca squatters, it's $1 rare. Okay. Put a wage counter. Nope. I am not messing around with cards like Scrambleverse in this deck. Nope. Starka of Wrath, nope. A Crown Work and Control. As long as. Nah. Thoughtbound Primarch? No. You have to build this properly to do it, to make it work right. I would not be building around Olivia Voldaren. Whenever an opponent taps. Oh no. No. I don't think this quite works in the deck in question, but Turf 4. Whenever that player. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Varchild's War Riders. When it Varchild Betrayer of Keldor. When she leaves the battlefield, because I believe that's a woman. I don't know, hard to tell. It looks like it from here, but gain control of all survivors. So flicker it. Oh dear. I need, because I insist on making everything fit into one cell. There. This is why you'll sometimes see different size text on my spreadsheets, because I want my cells to always be the same size. That's a me thing. So yeah, most of the cards that I've seen in mono red give control of it or something else to somebody else, or gain control temporarily. These will give you things. They just mine. Alright. Let's take a quick scan through black. We already know we want Captivating Vampire. I would not say no to Coffin Queen. Notice that all these cards happen to be creatures, so they all happen to show up as bold because I'm doing it that way right now. I don't expect that. It's just how it currently turns out. Gain control of the land you don't. Gain control of land you don't control. You'll only be able to get them temporarily. Once the herald is gone, you lose them. Alright. I would be really for as long as I might try Inferno Desert. I'll come back to that. Oh yeah, Krovikan Vampire. Sacrifice it when you lose control of Krovikan Vampire. Oh, dude. Oh, look, I dealt damage to you? Mine? Sorry, I dealt damage and killed you? Come back to me. Sacrifice it when you lose control of Krovikan Vampire. Yes. Liliana doesn't have anything to do with it. Measure of Wickedness is not the kind of card for this deck. Okay. Murderous Spoils. Why does this not see more play? 6 mana. Blow up a creature. Sounds like a lot. You gain control of all equipment that were attached to it. If your opponent has got, let's say, 3 equipment on their general. Yes. Yes, Erratic Wombat. I will get to that. I will get to that. Ritual of the Machine is silly. I will get to that. If your opponent has got a bunch of equipment attached to their general, none of which gives Shroud or Hexproof, even if they've only got 3 equipment, even if it's only 2, I kill your creature and I gain control of that equipment. I think this is my first card that's not a creature that I'm interested in jotting down for the list. Oh, New Blood. As an additional cost to cast it, tap an untapped vampire you control. Gain control of target creature. And then if its text refers to a creature type, you replace that creature type with vampire. So, Elvish Champion would now read, other vampire creatures get +1/+1 and have Forest Walk. Piper of the Swarm. Yes. Actually, no. Not Piper of the Swarm. Because it'll it'll take too long. I have to spend, because at this point I'm already looking at building around vampires and maybe some other stuff. And now I have to create rats on top of that. That's going to end up being difficult. But Ritual the Machine, as Radic Wombat fairly pointed out, 2 black, 2 other. Additional cost, sack a creature. Gain control of target non-artifact, non-black creature. Now, a lot of people are going to be playing black and or artifact creatures, but you'll get the people that are playing red-green and, blue-white and whatever else. You are looking for creatures that you want to sacrifice for some effect. This does both. I sacrifice. I have stolen somebody else's creature. I am sacrificing that creature. And in the meantime, I'm stealing somebody else's creature. Yeah, that's not wrong at all, is it? Sleeper Agent goes to somebody else. Teversat is just dumb. You are going in. I know. Why am I going in? Or why is it going in? -10. Gain control of all commanders. Put all commanders from the command zone onto the battlefield under your control. Teversat, Doom of Fools. Barely fits, but yes. I gain all commanders. Oh, but I haven't cast it yet. That's fine. I don't care. Mine. The Wretched. Are you going to allow me to just get through for 2 points every time, or are you going to block it at some point? Oh, you blocked it with 3 creatures? Somehow I managed to make sure my Wretched did not die. I will take your 3 creatures now. Thank you. What? Yeah. And again, I'm looking for cards that do unusual things, and quite often, if you take a look at the pricing on a lot of these cards, let's scroll back up to the top. Captivating Vampire. Okay. You're a bit on the high side at $10. High side. There's a list printing of Coffin Queen for $1. Krovikan Vampire is $0.25. Murder Spoils, nobody plays, so it's 9 cents. New Blood is, $1 rare if your local store is charging too much. Yes, Wombat, I will get there. I will get there. Ritual the Machine is going to be less than, even if you're looking at Canadian dollars, it's less than $5. Teversat, $6 for that one. Wretched is, 50 cents. Throw Champion. I would like to keep playing cards like this. The problem is making sure you have enough different creature types, because so far we're looking at vampires, which feels like the primary way to deal it. Dragons, there should be enough dragons floating around. This is Commander we're talking about. There should be enough dragons, am I right? I'm already saying no to rats. I'm probably going to have to say no to the thralls. However, oh yeah, this card, next card on the list, Treacherous Pit Dweller, I really think should see more play in general. It's 33 cents. my favorite idea to where to put this. It's a 2 mana 4/3 with Undying. When it enters the battlefield from a graveyard, target opponent gains control of it. So I have a 4/3 until it dies. And then it comes back into play with Undying. And an opponent gains control of it. Okay, so what's so good about that? The common playability targets an opponent. What if you are playing, say, one-on-one, let's say modern, and let's say you're playing, I don't know, Rakdos Burn. Your opponent turns around and plays cards that say, hey, by the way, you can't target me. Okay, you know, now they've got Shroud, or they have Hexproof, or this or that, or whatever. Treacherous Pit Dwellers common playability tries to go on the stack, can't because it has no legal target, fails. And you just upgrade a 4/3 to a 5/4 for free. That should be in your sideboard. I don't want it in this deck. But that card should see more play. That card should not be a sub $1 card. You know, a sub $1 rare. It should be like at least $5. No, that's giving it to somebody else. Wishclaw Talisman, no. Witch Engine, no. Alright, so we'll skip all the mono-colored stuff now. Captive Audience, somebody else already gains control of it. Kellogg Dangerous Mind. Yeah, the guy that's come up with all our breakfast cereal he's a real dangerous mind, right? I know, stop that. Sacrifice treasures, gain control, take a creature. Okay. There's going to be enough ways to generate treasure, even accidentally, incidentally. Take your pick. You. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I have a friend who likes playing dwarves. Sorry, dwarves. She likes playing with Magda. Whenever a dwarf you control becomes tapped, create a treasure token. And then does more. I don't care about the more right now. Whenever a dwarf you control becomes tapped, create a treasure. Whenever Kellogg attacks, create a treasure. Sack 5 treasures to steal somebody's creature. For as long as you control Kellogg. Activate only as a sorcerer, yada yada yada. We're already playing Olivia. Roka of... Oh, you're the one from Legends. Yeah, that's not a... And if you fail to pay the upkeep cost, an opponent gains control of them all. Alright, fine. Don't care about that. Wake the Dragon. Yes. Six mana. Make a 6/6 flying menacing dragon. With whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, gain control of target artifact that player controls. Mine. And it has flashback. And the basic printing from Lord of the Rings, the Lord of the Rings Commander set is 18 cents. What on earth? Sanchez somebody else gets. A crow and horse comes into play under somebody else's control. Avarice totem or avarice amulet gets passed around. Avarice totem one to cast, 5 : exchange control of Avarice totem and target non-land permanent. If you have 10 mana, so notice the rulings down here. What happens with this is if you have the totem and another non-land permanent, because the totem specifies non-land permanent, and somebody else has got something you want, and you're willing to get rid of this other thing. You activate the totem, targeting your other thing. In response, you activate the totem again, targeting your opponent's thing. This now resolves, sending the totem here and your opponent's thing here. And then the other activation resolves, exchanging the totem back down here and your other whatever random thing back to your opponent. So you've ended up with the totem again and their thing, and they've ended up with a blood token. You know, you've taken their, your 8/8 or whatever and given them a treasure token, something. If you have enough mana to pull this off, this is dumb. If you can do this on a regular basis, this is one of those times when you wouldn't exactly mind having Piper the Swarm. So you give an opponent your rat that you spent 2 mana on, and you take their, Emrakul the Eon's Torn, or sorry, Emrakul the Promised End, I should say. Goes to somebody else. Whenever you don't count it. Coveted Jewel. Coveted Jewel. I have watched enough Commander Clash to see how silly Coveted Jewel gets. I am tempted. Oh my god, you're not even $1. Its original print was Commander 2018. It's 66 cents from that one. The secret lair drop is the most expensive at $3.41. It is really tempting. I don't think I'm going to do that with this deck because it's giving it to somebody else. But, oh yeah, Crown of Vampires. 2 to cast, 3 tap, tap target creature. That's still fine for that cost. Gain control of that creature instead if you control Scepter, Vampires, and Throne of Vampires. The Scepter, 3 to cast, tap, 1 damage target player, 3 damage if you've got all 3. And the Throne, 4 to cast, 1, tap, make a 1/1 white soldier, and 5 of them if you've got both. Maybe not for this one. Oh, yeah, Emrakul the Pre-Omniscient. Gain control of somebody else's, somebody else during their next turn. No. I'm planning on stealing creatures, not players. Emrakul the World Anew, on the other hand. How are you an $8 card? As in, you're not like 20 or something? Certain prints of it, sure, but yeah. Emrakul the World Anew should be more than that. When you cast a spell, gain control of all creatures target player controls. Does not say until end of turn. When it leaves the battlefield, sack all creatures you control. Okay. Most of them won't be mine. I am not apologizing. This is the thing. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 16 cards on this list so far that are perma-steals. I haven't even figured out the rest of the deck yet. Exchange control. Nah. Nah, because you cannot double trigger that like Avarice Totem. Ghost Scepter. Oh yes. Helm of Possession. 2 tap, sack a creature, gain control of target creature. Again, as Radic Wombat mentioned, this is another Ritual of the Machine effect. For an extra 2 mana, but you can do this every turn. I sack a creature and I gain control of that one. And then I'll sack that creature and I'll gain control. You can find ways to keep... Oh my god, if you have 2 of these, you can keep stealing 1 and sacrificing and... Or this in Coffin Queen. And just... yeah. Yeah. Hithlane Rope does not do what I'm looking for. Jinx Choker, Jinx Idol, Jinx Ring. I'll go to somebody else and make them pay for costs. Or make them try and pay to get rid of it, or whatever. Pendant of Prosperity. Enters the battlefield under the control of an opponent of your choice. If I can steal the pendant back somehow. Oh no. Pendant of Prosperity, if I can get it back somehow. And I have ways on this... sorry. Yeah, I have ways on that list so far. of getting artifacts back. I can double growth spiral. Okay, that's just dumb. I am putting you in this list. You are dumb, and I love it. Quicksilver fountain. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, yeah, no. Shuriken, unattach. Oh. Fadalkin Shackles, I'm not playing blue, so that's not gonna work because it cares about islands. I have no way to make stuff into islands. Homeward Path is not gonna work in this deck. And Rainbow Veil also goes to somebody else. Alright. So this is stuff that steals stuff permanently. Some of it I want to be temporary, like it will be a temporary thieving. Let's see stuff that says until end of turn. 93 cards. What if I take out instants and I take out sorceries? Brings me down to 41 cards. That's going to be interesting. Because now I start seeing stuff like this. Captivating Crew. 4 mana for 4/3. Pay 4. Steal somebody else's creature till end of turn. Untap it and give it haste. Only as a sorcery. Shrug. Don't care. That's a thing I want to see. Sorin Vampire Lord. Might be a bit... Nah. But I do want Captivating. Or not Captivating. Yeah, Captivating Crew. Whoops. Coercive Recruiter is another Zealous Conscript. Conquering Manticore, same idea, except it steals artifacts till end of... Oh no, it steals creatures till end of turn. Cunning Bandit, no. Dominating Vampire, gains control, Manava. Nope, nope. Enters battlefield. Oh. Furborg Flutist. Enters battlefield, gain control of target creature you don't control till end of turn. Untap it, it gains haste and Myriad until end of turn. The tokens get exiled at the end of combat. So I steal your creature. I attack with it. Everybody else gets a token. Can I sacrifice those? I cannot sacrifice them to Ritual the Machine because they disappear at the end of combat. If they disappeared at the end of turn, I could. I don't think I have enough ways that I'm comfortable with at this point to sacrifice them for fun and profit yet. And I don't see that being a thing yet. I don't see that being a thing, I should say. saying until end of turn? I am. Right, I wanted stuff with an activate ability that's sold until end of turn. I already rolled out stuff that did not say until end of turn. Alright, enters battlefield until... What? Hot Pursuit. When it enters the battlefield, suspect target creature and opponent controls. As long as Hot Pursuit remains on the battlefield, that creature is also goaded. The beginning of combat on your turn, if 2 or more players have lost the game. So in a 4-player game, that means you are down to 2 players. Gain control of all goaded and or suspected creatures until end of turn. Untap them, they gain haste until end of turn. I don't think this is going to work for this deck. The reason I say this is I don't see me playing with enough cards that care about goading or suspecting. Definitely not suspecting. I might have enough that care about goading. But as a general rule, when I'm building decks, it's not a thing that comes up very often for the kind of decks that I'm building. I'm not saying I wouldn't play them. They're just not cards that are doing a thing that I'm looking for at that point. So Hot Pursuit probably not gonna work. Inferno Captor. Cheering Skater, turn face up. Okay. That's kind of adorable. Killed an Overseer. If it's kicked, steal a thing. The ideal card would be something like Captivating Crew, where I can just, when I have open mana or whatever, just go, hey, by the way, activate and then do my thing. I don't want to be having to pay 7 mana to steal a thing. I don't mind paying 8 if it's split up among, 2 or 3 turns or whatever. But having to pay 7 mana up front and get a 3/1 haste and steal your creature is... Might makes right at the beginning of combat on your turn if you control. If I have the biggest creature... when it attacks... I love this card. It's a terrible card, but I love this card. 6 mana for 4/4. When it attacks, gain control of target equipment an opponent controls till end of turn. Attach it to Ogre Gear Grabber. When you lose control of that equipment, unattach it. It does not go back to where he stole it from. It just falls off. Parswipe Hawk. When it attacks, gets when you expend 6, gain control of... That looks fun. When you expend 6, i.e., I have spent 6 mana to cast, at least 6 mana to cast spells this turn. Gain control of up to 1 target artifact for as long as you control Pyre Swipe Hawk. Only once a turn. So you cannot expend 12 and get 2. It's, have I spent at least 6 mana? Yes or no? And that's it. I would still not say no to this, because this is like a 5 mana 4/4 flying haste. Pyre Swipe Hawk. Alright. And enough of this stuff is going to end up being at least, 5 or 6 mana. And if I cast 2 of them, I'm definitely expending. Reptilian Recruiter enters. Choose target creature if it's 2. Okay, that's cute. Oh no. I have played this guy before in Standard many, many years ago. Actually, this is what he looked like then. So this is 2012. Okay, so about a decade ago. He was considered a really bad planeswalker back then. I went to a Grand Prix, and I managed to get his ultimate off in the first round. It was the only time I managed to get his ultimate off, but I found him. I had 2 in my deck. I wished I'd have a 3rd. I was building a red-white reanimator, or what a friend of mine insists is called a resurrector deck, because white doesn't reanimate. It uses resurrection to bring creatures back. I had 2 of this in there to help get cards that I didn't want from my hand into my graveyard. Occasionally using the -4 to burn somebody for like 4 or 5. And I managed to ultimate him and steal everybody's creatures and go, hey, by the way, I'm attacking you with everybody, including your own creatures. Take lethal. Yeah, that didn't happen again. I was sad. Rowan Fearless Spark Mage. Yeah. +1, -2 instead of -4. But now -9 to ultimate. But people are going to be a little more concerned about, Rowan going off instead of Tybalt. Does not mean I shouldn't play her. Skyfire Kieran, not what I'm looking for. Slicer Hired Muscle. I just bought that for my roommate. The beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may have that player gain control of Slicer to end a turn if they... Oh. Goes to somebody else. Okay. Sacrifice, Smelt, Ward, Ignis, gain control. Oh. Gain control target creature to on a turn. What does the backside do? You're just a hasty dude. Oh, speaking of Tybalt, there he is. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next 10 step if it has mana value 3 or less. If it costs 4 or more, you Keep it. Oh, no. Wait. If it costs 4 or more, it goes back. I might be interested in Angrath anyway. What does Sauron do? When it enters, gain control of targeted creature. Come into play, steal this thing. I'm killing it. I want to flicker that. I want to flicker that so bad. If I can have that come into play and then flicker it like 37 times and steal my opponent's board, I don't think I can do that though. The Beast, Deathless Prince. When he casts this, gain control of target creature. Untapping gains menace and haste till end of turn. Okay, yeah, no. Draws the Obligator, no. Hideous Taskmaster. When he casts this for each opponent, gain control of up to 1. Why? When you cast a spell for each opponent, gain control of up to 1 target creature that player controls till end of turn. So I have 3 opponents. I'm going to steal this off of you, this off of you, and this off of you. They gain Trample, Haste, and Annihilator 1 till end of turn. And the Taskmaster has Trample, Haste, and Annihilator 1. And it's a 7-2. Wait, what? 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 They basically tried making a nastier ball lightning, I guess. But they felt like Modern Horizons 3 Commander. They felt like it had to have a cast ability. I do not need colorless mana for that. Nah. Crown of Doom. Whenever a creature attacks you or planeswalker you control. Oh, yeah. Oh! There's Zeriat's Tempting Apple that Erratic Wombat was talking about. Enters, gain control, target. I was expecting it to. You did say colorless. It is not permanent steal, unfortunately. You do steal only until end of turn. Okay. Well, I've been streaming for about an hour and a half. So, yeah. Basically until I feel I'm done streaming for the night. It's currently 7:40 in the evening Eastern time. As I said, I've been streaming for about an hour and a half. So I believe that's starting at 11 p.m. UTC currently. I'm not going to. I'm not going to message people on Discord that I don't know anything about, especially when they turn around and say, "Hey, by the way, message me." No. Must you me here be? That also feels like a bot username. Meh. That being said, Ariat's tempting apple. I might be tempted to play anyway. Hardy har har. Gain control of target creature till end of turn. You know what? Even if it's not for this deck, I want a copy of this. Again, one of the many decks I'm building is, well, I've got 43 decks I'm slowly working on. 43, 32, 5, 10, 11, 43, 44 decks I'm working on. And that's just for Commander. Ariat's tempting apple, I'm going to want for when I do mono Brewing control. I don't know how I feel about this. It doesn't really do anything else for me, but it is 4 mana, gain control of target creature till end of turn. I think not for this deck. I don't think it does enough for this deck. When you cast a spell, okay, so Flare of Loyalties is basically Hideous Taskmaster cranked up to 11 because it steals only one creature till end of turn, but makes it a 10/10 haste trample annihilator 2. Somehow Flare of Loyalties itself does not have haste. It has trample, it has the annihilator too. Does not have haste. I'm slightly confused. Also a card I'm going to want for mono Brewing control. This requires colorless mana though. I'm playing 2 colors. I can probably support the colorless mana for it, but I don't think that's the thing I'm doing here. Midnight Crusade Shuttle. When it attacks, say sack a creature, or you can control. Oh no! Oh no, really? So villainous choices basically, you have 2 options, both of which are bad. Which bad choice do you want? They either have to sack a creature, or basically one of their own creatures has to attack them. Not what I'm looking for. Contested Warzone, no. Alright. Alright. What am I looking at here? I think alright, first things first. 1, 2, 3. So this is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I already have 12 creatures in here. I think I'm going to want a couple more cards in here. I think because I'm at 20. I feel like 22 is a good place to stop for that. Oh, excuse me. I think I'm going to have a reasonable number of vampires. I'm not going to base it on vampires. But I think I'm going to have a reasonable number of vampires. I think it's reasonable to put the Sorin Vampire Lord in here. How much are you? So $6, so maybe $8 Canadian. In case you're wondering why I keep talking Canadian, I'm Canadian. So therefore Canadian dollars is kind of relevant to me. Current exchange rate is roughly $1.40 Canadian is worth 1 US. So the US dollars, the Canadian dollar is worth about 71 cents US. Can't be sacrificed and can't attack its owner. No. No. Then I want. You know what? I was interested in the Furborg Flutist. I think I will add the Furborg Flutist. And I will try and find a way to make it work. Alright. Now 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's 13 creatures already. Alright. Let's go for let's start off with cards that have an additional cost of sacrificing something. 96 cards. Oh. Oh. Alright. Now, the thing to keep in mind is a lot of this stuff is I'm going to have to pay X amount of mana to steal a creature in the first place. So, as an example, Captivating Crew. I'm going to have to pay 4 mana to steal my opponent's creature. That means whatever I'm sacrificing it to, if I'm only stealing it until end of turn, like is the case with Captivating Crew, I'm going to need to if I'm having to pay mana like to activate Captivating Crew, steal it till end of turn, then I want whatever I'm sacrificing it to be cheap enough that I can reasonably do both in the same turn. I don't, for example, want like Arbiter of Woe. Looks really cool. If I stolen somebody's, I don't know, I stole their dragon with Hivas of the Scale. That only required me to tap. Cool. I'll sacrifice their dragon to Arbiter of Woe. This is part of the reason for doing it this way, by the way. You can't always get rid of their creatures easily. Like, let's say their creature has indestructible. I steal your creature till end of turn. Okay. Now what? Now I sacrifice it to Arbiter of Woe. Now it's in the graveyard. Now I've got rid of it. Because, you know, maybe it's a like 3/3 indestructible, so the small body is eh. But now I've upgraded it to a 5/4 flyer. Okay. But if I'm paying 4 mana to activate Captivating Crew, I don't want to be using Arbiter of Woe to sacrifice it. So I'm going to want some cards that are inexpensive so that I can actually reasonably sacrifice, or some cards that don't. Ashnod's Altar is a good example. Cast it ahead of time. Sacrifice a creature to get 2 mana. If you have nothing else to work with, I steal your creature. I sacrifice it to the altar. This is one of the most fun creatures to try and steal. Oh, look. Nice 15/15 trample. I will steal that. I will I will. Maybe it gain haste. If it gain haste, great. I'll attack with it for 15. It has trample. Chances are damage is going to get through. Oh, look. The creature died. I get 3 5/5 worms out of it. But I'm going to want some sacrifice outlets that are cheap or are already in play. But I don't mind having some. I don't mind having some that cost a bit more, because some of these abilities are just, you know, they're tap abilities, or they're, you know, upkeep abilities or something of that nature. But a decent number of these are going to be I'm going to have to pay mana the same turn. So how about this is now where we start looking at ways to sack stuff. And I think because I like to do these in groups of 11 if I can, if it's reasonable. And I feel like 11 is a reasonable number to work with. That still gives me 22 slots left for other stuff. But this is not the same category as permanent steel, is it? So let's make you a different color. Oops. Let's make you... if you're going to be... Actually, if you're going to be permasteel, I want to make you some kind of blue. Sac outlets, I want to be... How about... No, that's a bit on the bright side. I want something... Yeah, that's better. And again, you don't have to do things this way. This is how I do things because it makes things easier on me. I want a few... I want a few that are cheap. I want a couple that are more expensive. Let's say, let's put the dividing line at 3 and less and 4 and more. So 4 and more, out of 11, I probably want like 3 or 4. And these are things that have got additional costs. So let's just take a quick scan through what the list is. You get a creature. A lot of this top 8 here are either drawing more cards, which is fine, or blowing something up. Blood for Bones is really fun because it brings any of your creatures back into play and another one back to your hand for 4 mana. I'm going to want that in there regardless. Actually, yeah. I'll come back to that. Burnt Offering. I'm playing red-black. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sack a creature. Add X mana in any combination of black and or red, where X is the sacrificed creature's mana value. If I sacrifice a 7 mana creature, I'm going to get 7 mana back. I can it's all going to come back as some combination of red or black. So I could get 7 red, I could get 7 black, I could get 2 of one color and 5 of the other, or any combination. This is a 1 mana spell. If I steal somebody's 8-drop and I sacrifice it to Burnt Offering, I'm getting 8 mana out of it. This might be a consideration. I normally don't like Dark Ritual effects in Commander because, you know, it's a one-shot payoff that only gets you a couple extra mana. I prefer my Commander payoffs. I prefer my Commander payoffs to be more permanent than that. As in, rather than having an instant, I'd rather have an artifact or a land or something that did something similar, so I could keep making use of it. Phyrexian Tower, is a great example. or Rationale's Altar, as we had up a moment ago. Burnt Offering, on the other hand, can easily produce enough mana that it can get you from, like, you know, from 4 mana or 5 mana to 12 mana pretty easily. If you are playing a deck that has ways to get big creatures into play for cheap, and there's any number of ways to do that, and probably the easiest one I can think of would be Gurmag Angler. 7 mana for 5/5, but it has Delve. Delve says that for every card you exile of your graveyard, when you go to cast it, you pay 1 less mana. So you can get this all the way down to a single black to cast it by exiling 6 cards out of your graveyard. If I exile 6 cards out of my graveyard, when I cast Gurmag Angler, I tap a swamp, get a black mana. I then tap another swamp, cast Burnt Offering, and I've paid 2 mana. Sure, I lost out on the Gurmag Angler, but that was only a stepping stone for me going to, from 2 mana up to 7 mana. And in a situation like that, that might be worthwhile, because now I can cast a 7 mana spell on turn 2. Why not? Call for Blood. Oh, yes. Call for Blood. Call for Blood is going to be Wrath of God for this deck. I steal the biggest creature I can, which just might be the biggest creature on the board. 5 mana instant. Oh, target creature gets. Okay. That's not as good as I thought. Who knew? Reading the card explains the card. Curing Feeder makes a bunch of 0/1 insects. Not a thing I'm looking for. If they were like 1/1s, I might have an interest. 0/1s, not really. Removal, card draw, Culling the Weak doesn't do. Compared to Burnt Offering, I would rather have Burnt Offering in a deck like this. I'm likely to steal something bigger. Deadly Dispute, card draw, removal. Oh, yes. Demon of Catastrophes. I expected this to go so much higher when it was in Standard. You're going down 9. 4 mana for 6/6 Flying Trample, and again, a way to sack one of my opponent's creatures. Diabolic Intent. Oh, I can get you cheap from the Brothers' War. Oh my gods. Oh my gods, I have to look you up. Diabolic Intent 50. So yeah. Okay, $13. Moderately played would be 8 to 13. Okay. So it's about $13 card regardless. I need to get my hands on Diabolic Intent because I can get it for cheap now. Because I am used to Diabolic Intent being like a $40 card or whatever. Okay. Let's split you about... No, let's split you here. Wow. Yeah, last I checked, Diabolic Intent was like 30 or 40 bucks. I can now get it for like a third of that. This additional cost this. Sack a creature, discard a card, or pay for life. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent does all of the above. So it kind of has haste. It kind of has haste. But they have to sack a creature and discard a card as well. I'm not sure how I feel about that card right now in this context. Originally came out in New Capenna though. I like that printing bit better because it's brighter so that you can see stuff that's going on easier. Probably not. Remove over. Sacrifice X creatures. Sacrifice X creatures to blow up X creatures. Nah. Card draw. Each bone. Choose one of your creatures. Deals damage equal. Oh. Okay. Flush allergy. Destroy target creature. Blob creature. Blob creature. Gourmet. Additional cost. Sack a creature. Flying trample. And when it enters each opponent's X. I think I prefer this one. But I need to be able to do more than just have big creatures and spot removal. His flash is your control. That's cute. Alright. If I can steal an opponent's... if I can steal opponent's general, Nasty End gives me a reason to sack it. No. I might still be able to find something better than that. Rescue from the underworld. Oh, yes. Because if you look at what Rescue from the Underworld does... Oh, so close. If you look at what it does... So 5 mana, instant, additional cost, sack a creature. You reanimate one of your own creatures and bring the creature that you sacrifice both back into play on your side. No one till end of turn crap or anything like that. You get them both. Which means if you had a steal until end of turn thing, this now makes it a permanent theft. And there's no gain control effect duration thing going on. So you just take their creature permanent, and they have to try and find a way to get their creature back. Okay, so that's the thing. Additional cost. Sacrificing the word for... This is basically destroy 2 target creatures. I'm only losing... I'm spending 5 mana and discarding a card. With a theft, I'm getting rid of 3 creatures. Oh, that's hilarious. Additional costs. Number permanent cards. number of permanent cards. So it's always going to be at least the 1-2 when you cast it. And that can get out of hand really fast. But it's just a body. But sack a permanent, it can be any body. Bold. Oh. Bold. Torgar. Sacking a number of creatures. Comes and play. Knock somebody. I mean, that can also be healing in a pinch. Torgar. Famine Incarnate. Which is hilarious. It's saying it's a... it's saying Famine Incarnate. But it just may turn around and give you healing in a pinch. You're like, wait, what? Yeah. Because if you're at, say, 12, up to one target player's life total, target player, not target opponent, becomes half their starting life total rounded down. So, starting off at 40, that could bring you back up to 20. That's hilarious. Alright, what else we got? Sacrifice creature enchantment. Enters each opponent sacrifices non-token enchantment and a non-token creature. Which... You're just a 6/6 flying trample for 4. You're a 6/5 for 7, but it makes people sack stuff. Gourmand. 5/5 flying trample, each opponent sacks a creature. Slightly bigger, slightly more. Yeah. Vile Mutilator. Alright, what do we got here? Artillerize. Sacrifice a creature, enchantment, or pay 2. That's Betrayer's Bargain. Dargo the Shipwrecker. Oh. You're just a big dumb brute. Okay. It's like, hey, I resemble that comment. Yes, I know you do. Oh no. Devastating Dreams. Hey, I've got 3 cards left in my hand. I'll discard 3 cards. Each player sacrifices 3 land, and that deals 3 damage to each creature. Because you discard 3 cards, so that can scale depending on how much you want to get rid of. If you had a hand of 12 cards and you pitched all of them, you don't have to. But if you did, Nobody's going to have lands left. Nobody's going to have creatures left. You could probably reasonably do that for about 7 or 8. The problem is, if you have more cards in hand than how many you want to discard, you're going to have to take a chance on which ones you get to keep. Because it's discard decks at random. Oh yeah, Fling. Oh, that's adorable. I second artifact. Oh. Oh. Let's say I. Let's say there's this in play. It's an artifact creature. It costs 12. This is a one-hit kill because it's got infect. If it hits you, you're dead because you will have 11 poison counters. I steal a creature till end of turn. I steal that. I sacrifice it. It's indestructible, so it's really hard to get rid of. I steal it, then I sack it. I've now put 12 plus 1 counters on one of my creatures. And that because this cares about how much the artifact cost, not how big it is, because it doesn't ask if it was a creature or not. Huh. That might be something to keep. Forge armor. Covenant Gain, Heartfire, Improvised Club. Huh. Incendiary Sabotage. I like this card. I think it might be slightly better in a well, it's going to be better with more in a group that's got more small creatures. Let's put it that way. Thing is, it's a red card that says 3 damage to each creature. Usually they say each creature without flying or some other restriction. Usually without flying. Oh yes, raise. Trash for treasure is cute. Okay. Ooh. Alright. MV, mana value is less than 4. I think I'm gonna want Burnt Offering. have diabolic intent. So I've got like 2 more slots. I like exile. Oh, yeah, morbid curiosity. Actually, oh, value. I'm gonna have to. Morbid curiosity. If I steal a 5-drop, I pay 3 mana, sack the 5-drop, and draw 5 cards. I'm okay with that. Maybe Nahiri Sacrifice. What else is there? I think I want something that exiles. Sacrifice a creature or enchantment. Give me Eaten Alive because it can also hit planeswalkers. Sack a creature or pay for, pay an additional 4. Or sacrifice a creature or enchantment, but you only get to exile a creature. Alright. So I've got some spot removal, which is this. You're just a creature. So that. I'm going to need more spot removal. Let's try a thing. Something that exiles that doesn't say... Oh. The 2 big things that black is known for exiling are creatures and graveyards. Let's see what we can get rid of otherwise. Exiling land. Teletor's Edict is hilarious. I want to throw that... Oh. Crom Scepter. Teletor's Edict. Exile target permanent you own or control. Draw a card next turn. At the beginning of the next turn's upkeep, but the start of the next turn. Exile target permanent you own or control. I steal your creature. I exile it, so you can't get it back, and I draw a card for it. What? I'm going to call you spot removal. You're also spot removal. Morbid Curiosity, 2 cards. Nasty and a spot removal. Let's make you... Let's go 8. 8 sounds good. I know, now you're going... Eric, what are you doing after all this? Well, it's simple. I realize that there's... I don't just need sack outlets, but some of the things I had in for sack outlets blew stuff up, and I need to make sure I have enough ways to blow stuff up. Axel target. Cards that I don't think sees enough play anywhere. Introduction to Annihilation. This thing right here. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. 5 mana. Blow up anything that's not a land. Just get rid of it. It's an 8-cent common. No big deal. What do you do? Invasion of Ravnica. Enters the battlefield. Exile target non. That isn't exactly 2 colors. That's hilarious. When you cast a spell, that's exactly 2 colors. I don't care about this ability. It would turn into a 5/5 with... That's largely blank as far as I'm concerned. I want this to blow things up. I may want an Invasion of Ravnica. Scar from Existence. Probably. Oh. Return. Synod Sanctum? What? 1 to cast, 2 tap, exile target permanent you control. 2 and sack the Sanctum. Return all cards exiled with Synod Sanctum to the battlefield under your control. Remember what I said a moment ago about, well, a while ago, about stealing a thing and then using another effect to permanently steal it? Yeah, this. Oh, it was Rescue from the Underworld, I think, that I was looking at. Boop, noodle. Yes, this. Doing the exact same thing. but you can keep storing creatures in the sanctum, and then, yeah. It won't work with somebody's general because when it gets exiled, they've got the opportunity to put it back in the command zone. But any other, and tokens, as soon as they leave the battlefield, they disappear into the ether. But anything else, I'm just gonna steal your creatures, throw them all in here. Oh, you try and blow it up? Okay, I'll sacrifice it, I guess. Oh, poor baby. And, yeah. Um, remove from the game target spell that targets you. You may play a card. Let's see what we can do about exiling creatures. Oh, we now want something that's a higher mana value. MV greater than 3. Astarian's Thirst. Put X creatures in. Oh, that's funny. Baleful Mastery is nice. E2 Extinction. Eh. Ray of Ruin. I need to remember this card exists. Exile target creature, vehicle, or non-basic land. Scry 1. That's kind of silly. Shauku Endbringer can attack us. Oh, yeah. Does that say sacrifice? No, it just says lose 3 life. Okay. Oh no. Did I just. Okay. Exile target creature you control. Then reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card with a higher mana value. Put that card onto the battlefield and rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Until you reveal a higher mana value. My lord, that's dumb. I only realized that being a thing for, like, you know, I have something that makes a token, and I've only got one creature, like, 12/12 trample or whatever in my deck. It looks for anything that's got more mana. Wow. Oh, that's dumb. That's not even what I was looking for. See, I thought that was basically this. Exile target creature, they reveal cards until they reveal a creature card. Put that into play instead and then shuffle. What do you do? Hurl through hell. Exile, and you may cast that card. Oh. This is a fun way. Oh. Oh, yes. Hurl through hell. I not only get to exile the creature, as long as it's basically until the end of my next turn, I can cast it with any mana I want. So basically, as long as I can pay its mana value, I get anything. Put target creature you control in cold storage. Oh my god. Oh, what was it called? Um, God damn it. My brain's frying right now. What were you? Wasn't cold storage. Synod Sanctum. Cold storage is basically another Synod Sanctum, or vice versa. And you cost more. Whoops. Damn it. There we go. And then I want one more piece of spot removal. And I think I just... Oh, yes. Grip of Desolation. Why Grip of Desolation? It's expensive. Yeah. It can also exile lands, which means it can exile land creatures, which means if somebody's going and attacking with, let's go back to something I remember from a few years ago, but not. Back in the day, this used to be a big deal. Probably until 2018, so probably about 2015. Celestial Colonnade. Comes in and play tap. Tap for white or blue. Pay 5 and it becomes a 4/4 flying vigilant creature till end of turn. So basically 6 mana because it itself as well. And it's now a 4/4 flying vigilant creature every turn. I can kill this as the land and something else as a creature. And everybody's got land. Alright. Now, you notice I have 14 slots left, plus my mana base. I'm going to want some amount of mass removal. I'm going to want some amount of graveyard, not recursion, but some way to handle cards in my opponent's graveyards. One of my favorite cards that I recently came across last year, I think it was, when working on some of these commons only decks, I needed something that could handle graveyards, and I wanted something that could do it every turn on a regular basis. And I came across Honored Heirloom. Now, there is a card called Manalith. It's not very exciting. It's 3 mana, it's an artifact, it taps for any color. You notice how on the pricing on the right, most of it's like 7 cents, 8 cents. Its original print was 13 cents. The Game Night version, just because Game Night was not a big seller and it's not an actual booster pack, etc., etc., it's expensive at 61 cents. But Manalith is a very plain and a very simple card. But you never want to play Manalith unless you're playing a limited format where it's available, because you want if it's 3 mana and it taps for any color, you want to be able to do more than just tap for any color. So what you're looking for is a Manalith with upside. In Crimson Vow, they had Honored Heirloom. It is a Manalith. It costs 3, taps for 1 mana of any color. It's also common, just like Manalith was, but it has an additional ability. This also goes back to when I was talking about Bonder's Ornament. 3 mana, common, taps for any color, 4 and tap it. Everyone who controls the Bonder's Ornament gets a draw card, which is usually just the one player because very few people have it otherwise. So you're looking for, if you're looking for something like that, you're looking for a Manalith with upside. So, R:(C). R for rarity, C for common. So I'm looking for commons. Mana value equal 3. I'm going to say ID less than W. There's a few different ways to do that. I prefer to do it this way. ID color identity. What colors is the card in its mana cost, plus any colors, like colored mana symbols in the text of the card. Less than white. So in other words, it's basically saying it has less than 1 color in its color identity. So in other words, 0 colors. Let's see here. Oh. And then game paper. Let's rule out all the ones that only show up on Magic Arena. 21 options. Let's take out all the ones that are creatures. 16 cards found. These are all going to be manaless with upside. Alter the Pantheon will help if you've got a deck that cares about devotion, or have gods, or demigods, or legendary enchantments. One of those three. Bonder's Ornament we talked about. Commander's Fear. You can always sack it to draw a card, which isn't nothing. Darksteel Ingot. It's a manaless with indestructible. Decanter of Endless Water. It's a manaless that says you have no maximum hand size. Fountain of Vicar or Icor. For 3 colon, it becomes a 3/3 till end of turn. Honored Heirloom we talked about. Inherited Envelope. The Ring tempts you when it comes into play. That can get... The first chapter of The Ring tempting you is... your ring bearer is legendary and can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Lantern of Revealing. Another great way for common decks to actually get card advantage. Pay 4 and tap it. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, put it in play tapped. If you didn't put it into play, and you can choose not to put the land into play, and there may be times when you want to do that, you can put it on the bottom of your library. Letter of Acceptance. A slightly worse Commander's Fear. Because it's 2 tap and sack it to draw a card. Whereas the Commander's Fear is just sacrificing it. Mana Geode comes in play Scry 1. Network Terminal. Pay 1 and tap it, and tap another untapped artifact you control. Draw a card and discard a card. So it helps with card selection. Phyrexian Atlas. If you're playing with poison at all, as soon as somebody has 3 or more poison counters, whenever you tap the Atlas for mana, they lose a life. Ticket Turbo Tubes. Don't care. It gives you tickets for... This goes back to the thing about attractions and stickers, which are things that I don't care about. Vessel of Endless Rest. Comes into play, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Again, something that can... where Honored Heirloom tries to get rid of stuff that's in the graveyard, the Vessel tries to get stuff that's in your graveyard back into your deck. So you've probably got a dozen cards that, to take a look at. And these are just the ones, like I'm comparing straight to manaless. 3 mana, tap for any color, at common. These all cost 3 to cast, tap for mana of any color, and are common. And they all do something else. I'd probably play at least 8 of these before I started having to play manaless. Ornament, Sphere, Decanter, Fountain, Heirloom, Lantern, Network Terminal, Vessel. So that's already 8. Couple of the others, letter of acceptance in a pinch, because Commander's Fear is strictly better, and Bonder's Ornament I much prefer. But, you know, there's already 8 card set. If you're considering Manolith, and just for a frame of reference, as checklist only, all these cards, you know, Decanter of Endless Waters says it's $2. Let's sort by there. There. Sorted by dollar value according to US dollars. The most expensive one is the Decanter of Endless Water. This printing is 42 cents. And the rest of them are 13 cents or less. So, and then of course, you've got the creatures. Let's go type equals creature, because some of them are worth playing. Bronze Walrus comes into play. Scry 2 is actually really good on a 2/2 body. Oasis Gardener, depending on the kind of deck you're playing, might be a necessity. It's a 2/2 that comes in play and gains you 2 life. It's basically Alloy Mirror. It's basically a better Alloy Mirror, except for the times when you're playing a mirror deck. Whereas the creature type of mirror is more relevant. Scuttlemutt, very rarely you'll care about the color or color scheme that a creature has. If you've got a deck that might care about that, Scuttlemutt. Opaline Unicorn, nah. Any of these, because all these creatures are 2/2s. This is a 1/2 and doesn't do anything. It basically does the same as these, except these are all 2/2s. So yeah. Ramble, blah, blah, blah. A lot of over-explaining, probably. I've been on for almost 3 hours. This is as far as I've got done. However, as I mentioned, I've got 14 slots left. Let me pull up a different deck list for a moment. Who have I got done that would be... Let's take a look at you. Alright. Kozilek the Great Distortion Control. So. Spot removal, I've got 8 pieces. I've got 6 pieces of the mass removal, which sounds reasonable. Countering, we're not going to have that in the black-red deck. Reusability, reusing creatures. Others, that's just a random catch-all. Cost reducers, I don't think we're actually going to need. Multi-card draw, just drawing extra cards. I'm probably going to put in a few ways to draw extra cards. Ramp and higher mana. This deck wants to get up to like 11 or 12 mana. So I want more ramp than usual. Also, some of these lands that I have here are not what I call stable. I.e., you don't keep them around turn after turn after turn. You're going to be sacrificing them for various reasons. the ones under explosions, you're sacrificing them to blow up your opponent's lands. So you're going to need something like, you know, Waste or, you know, uh, Tomb of the Spirit Dragon or Guildless Commons or something of that nature to have stable mana. But I've got 8 pieces of spot removal, 6 mass removal. That might be a bit much, but this is a control deck. I can probably look at 3. I want a handful. I want a few cards to draw extra cards. But that'll be, let's say, this for spot or for mass removal. Let's say this for drawing extra cards. And then that leaves me 7 cards of just random interesting things. My Aristocrats deck, pretty straightforward because everything is commons. I wanted it to be pretty straightforward. This one? Oh yeah, this one I finished. Yeah, this is my squee deck around. Yeah, and here I've got 8 cards that draw me cards. I probably want about the same. I'm going to say probably 4 cards for mass removal of some sort. I'm going to say this for draw and tutor power. And then this is just random extra interesting stuff. And I am largely done. Mass removal. Draw tutor. Other. And then I fill in my mana base. Alright. So. What if we go exile all? What can I find that exiles all creatures or whatever? Oh my. Oh. It's not what I'm looking for, but Final Act definitely works. It's the final countdown. Okay, I'll stop. Exile creature cards from... Oh, geez, okay. Oh, no. And mana of any type can be oh no. Heartless conscription. Yeah. Heartless conscription. 2 black plus 6. Exile all creatures. For each card exiled this way, you may play that card for as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. Exile Heartless Conscription. You only exile the conscription if it actually successfully resolves. If it gets countered, it ends up in your graveyard instead. Which means, in theory, you've got a chance to get it back later. We'll get back to you on that one. Heartless Conscription. That is going in. Usually, blowing up all creatures is 4 or 5 mana. Exiling them is probably 6, pushing 7. So for an extra 1 to 2 mana, I'm now casting all the creatures that got blown up. That's all creatures. Decree of Annihilation blows up lands. Invasion of Kaldheim and exile cards for discard land. That is a weird card. Thieves Auction. No. No, that's just too messy. World Fire. World Fire was banned in Commander for so long. There's a couple very small ways. There's a couple very small ways to make World Fire work for you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. If you have Tiamat's Fanatics or War Chief Giant, alright. You have World Fire in play. Or sorry, you have World Fire in hand. You have Oubliette in play. And let's say it's got a War Chief Giant under it. I cast War Chief Giant. I attack with it a couple times, and then things happen, and I'm like, it's not going to live much longer. I'm going to cast Oubliette. I hide my War Chief Giant. Oubliette turns around and says, so it's an enchantment that basically phases out whatever it's affecting. If a thing is phased out, it's acted as though it doesn't exist until it phases back in. Tap that creature as it phases in this way. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh. Maybe you have to use the original version. Taunus's Coffin. Exile, target creature and all orders attached to it, yada yada yada. When it leaves the battlefield or becomes untapped, return it back tapped. Damn it. Okay. Well, the easiest way to do it is just something like Oblivion Ring. I was just trying to figure out if there's a way to do it in Rakdos specifically, but I cannot think of one. That does not mean it doesn't exist. Just, I can't think of one right now. Anyway, when Oblivion Ring enters, exile another target non-land permanent. Okay, so I tuck it, I hide with the Oblivion Ring. When the Oblivion Ring leaves the battlefield, return the exiled card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Alright. So you hide the War Chief Giant or Tiamat's Fanatics under an Oblivion Ring. Oblivion Ring gets exiled with Worldfire. Worldfire finishes resolving, exiling all permanents, exiling all hands, all graveyards, saying everyone's life total to 1. The game realizes that Oblivion Ring is now gone, brings back the Tiamat's Fanatics or War Chief Giant, and you attack everybody that's left with a hasty myriad creature and go bleh. And your opponents don't have lands, they don't have cards in hand, they might have something in suspension or whatever, but they have to wait for that to check down. Yeah, you can win the game there. Worldfire used to be a random janky dollar rare because it wasn't playable anywhere. Oh, that's adorable. Falls floor. 4 to cast, enters tapped, creatures enter tapped, 2 tap and exile it. Exile all untapped creatures. Activate only as a sorcery. So, I attack with all of these, and then after combat, I'm just going to pop the Falls floor. That's kind of hilarious. I want one more slot for... Okay, Perilous Vault is cheap AF unless it's the serialized foil. Yeah. Perilous Vault. Abstergo Entertainment. Tap. Turn up to one. Alright. Yeah. Perilous Vault seems like the other thing. Alright. Now. How about... Oh. There we go. Oh, Morbid Curiosity also drew cards, didn't it? Yes, yes it did. Copy, paste. There. I want... How much is Phyrexian Altar? Back to being more than I want to spend on it. Alright. Ashnod's Altar is fine. What do we got for... I want before that. I wanted sack outlets. I wanted a cheap sack outlet. Bankrupt in Blood. Bankrupt in Blood, maybe. Oh. Nasty End was also card drawing. Oh my. Oh, do I not have fatal cards somewhere? I was looking at you and I didn't put you in. And I don't really see much in terms of well, I've got some artifacts. No. I know what I want for my last sack outlet. Kazul's Fury, which costs a bit more than Fling does, but the back of it is a land, which in a pinch is actually kind of important. Alright. Stuff to draw cards, stuff for tutoring. Let's go Bankrupt in Blood. Because that's 2 mana, sack 2 creatures. So chances are I'm only sacking 1 because the other belongs to somebody else. Draw 3 cards. Draw, draw, draw. Alright, ways to draw cards. Oh, I don't need additional cost now. Now I have 345 options. I need to scan through this quickly. If you would draw a card where you have no... Oh yeah, Cruciferaxia. That thing is silly. Oh, Champion of Dusk. You might be worth playing. Draw X cards and lose X life, or X is the number of vampires you control. You know what? What if I restrict myself to vampires? 6. Whenever you gain life, put a feeding counter on Nazar the Velvet Fang. Where are you? Foundations Jumpstart, okay. When it attacks, you can remove 3... What? That's lifelink. Second other creature, surveil 1. I'm gonna take her. She's... No, she's a sack outlet, but she gives me... She's... Yeah, she'll occasionally draw me cards. Falconwrath Pit Fighter. Pay 2, discard a card and sack a vampire to draw 2 cards. Activate only if an opponent lost life this turn. That's a lot of restrictions thrown out just to draw 2 cards. But it is a red card that's trying to draw cards. Nah. But I am going to grab Champion of Dusk. Let's see if I can find ways to gain life doing this. 27 cards. Oh yeah, Greed's Gambit. Comes in play, gives you a bunch of stuff, and then, you know... Oh, wow. Wow, Greed's Gambit is silly. Yeah. Yeah, that's... I'm not mucking around with Lich effects in this deck. Up next, let's set the Black Oath. I might not mind that. This is 3-4 cent token / emblem. I might not mind that. Up next, let's set the Black Oath. What am I looking for? I'm looking for drawing cards and gaining life. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Here's... Alright. Alright, let's... Do, 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 do. Crowbar. Wow. Even for commander, that's pretty good. Three mana, draw four cards. Sure, I take 20. I lose 20 life. But that still gives me 4 cards and 20 life. I might be okay with that. Unless I can find a better version of that ability. Actually, you know what? The heck? There. Inferno Contract. Is this... It's the exact same cards. Or do I go Tower of Fortunes? I think I am going to do Tower of Fortunes because I'm okay having a card that's a lot to activate. I'm okay with that one. So in your graveyard. Into Okay. Diabolic Tutor. Grim Tutor is actually more than I want to spend. Illicit shipment might be worth it. I think I want illicit shipment over increasing ambition. Insatiable avarice. Oh. Oh, that's yummy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mana to tutor up any card, get 2 additional cards, and then lose 3 life? For 5 mana? Insatiable avarice is tempting. No, I don't think I need any more card draw. I think I want his tutoring. So far, I want illicit shipment. Rakazeth the Foul-Blooded. Put that card into your hand. Oh. Oh, Razakath. Is there anything else that's worth? Razakath? Or Tamio's Journal? How? You come from Air Devastation. Son of a biscuit. Alright. Actually, what if I do this? Thank you. Alright, that works. I want one of these 2 cards. I can have a sack outlet that lets me search up whatever I want. Or I can have Tamio's Journal, which will let me draw cards and occasionally sack them. I think I'm... No. I want before I forget, bold you. Razaketh the Foul-Blooded. You. Excuse you. Oh, not quite. Damn it. Why do you do that? Alright. Now 3 more other interesting cards. Know what? I am going to do this slightly odd. I am going to do search for anything that's in Rakdos. Sorted by EDH rec rank. Descending. What? Oh. What? Alright. Swiftfoot boots, lightning greaves, etc., etc. Blasphemous Act, maybe. Chaos Warp. Solemn Simulacrum is... Solemn Simulacrum is the kind of card that I want in a deck like this anyway. Wafer's Bubble. Let's ignore the lands. Let's ignore anything that says about adding mana. Toxic Deluge. Phyrexian Arena. The One Ring. Dogside Extortionist. Wait, aren't you banned? Yeah, you're banned in Commander. What? I'm confused. Oh, this is probably 1, 2, 3, 4 that way. Okay. Alright, Blood Artist. Oh, I'm gonna need some kind of graveyard something, aren't I? Oh yeah, Burnished Heart I really like. Sadly, it never got a common printing. But it's really good. It's like, sure, it's 6 mana. Sacrifice any 6 mana and sack it for any 2 basics. But it's not 6 mana, it's 3 now. 3 the next turn. Trying to see if there's anything interesting that would. I guess I might have to go. Alright, what about equipment? What's that new one called? Oh, Lightning Grease. Not Grease, no, you're not the new one. Lightning Grease, Swiftfoot Boots. Maybe I should. Whoops, wrong one. Maybe I should pick up Shadow's Spear's gonna be. Basso's Collar, on the other hand. Oh. Oh, yes. I'll take a Basso's Collar for 200, Alex. Alright. This brings me down to mana. Alright. Now, before I do anything else, I want an idea what color schemes I'm looking at. So, I like using deck stats. I don't have to. I don't have to be logged in, this, that, or anything else. I'm just going to list this as a card list. And then this point, I don't care about the order it's in per se. I just care more about what cards do I have that are what colors. Where are you? Oh, there it is. Analyze. No errors. Okay, good. Manager distribution. 71 to 29. So, 71 times 20 is 14.2. So, I like to have 20 basics. So that means I should have so 14 to 20. I should have 14 swamps and 6 mountains. And that'll cover that. Okay, it's saying I've got 55 cards, which is right. I am seeing... I've got Nasty End listed here twice. Why? Why do I have Nasty End listed twice? I have it under spot removal and I have it under draw tutor. Okay, does not belong under spot removal. But that will barely make a difference to what I'm looking for. I want something that will... I want spot removal. Okay. Maybe extract a confession. Yeah, Nasty End to only let me draw cards. Destroy or O colon exile or O colon that or O colon return. Spot removal. Let's sort you by mana value. Eaten Alive I've already got. Final Vengeance. Way Down is kind of funny. What about Severed Strands? Soul Exchange. No, it's not what I'm looking for. It's hilarious, but it's not what I'm looking for. Corpse Explosion, Graveyard. Minus O colon Graveyard. Necrotic Fumes is actually pretty good. You exile a creature you control. Yeah, I think I'll take Necrotic Fumes. That sounds wrong in many ways. But, hilariously, it's the exact same cost as Nasty End. So that doesn't affect the math at all. Cool. All right. Whoops. There we go. And I want... What are you? EDH rec? Ascending. Alright. Um, so, for a deck like this, I do have a handful of cards that actually want a lot of mana. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I have to do this again. But, again, this is... we copy, paste. We copy, paste. We copy, paste. Hit OK. Hit analyze. And now I can take a scan through the actual deck. The first thing I'm looking at, I want to make sure I'm not seeing 2 in the column here. Because if I did, then like that thing about nasty end, I have to replace something. I also want to see what my mana values look like. Now, so I'm going to have to blow this up a bit. There we go. So I've got 112 drop. I've got 3 8s. Actually, I am dumb. Group cards by do not group. Damn it. Select columns. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Sort. Other way. There we go. What do I have? I've got 112, which might be 12. It might occasionally end up being 6. I'm going to assume for the sake of this deck it's 12. Because I don't remember seeing ways to discard it. And I don't expect to have 6 colorless mana to be able to pay its mana cost. I'm going to assume it's a 12 drop. So, relevantly speaking, how many cards that cost, let's say, more than 5 have I got? 1, 2. Well, okay, where's 5 stop? That's my last 5 drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 cards that cost more than 5. I think that's a reasonable starting point for going by that. That means out of roughly, on average, every 8th card is going to cost more than 5 mana. So, I'm going to need some decent ramp. So, I am not cutting back on... Alright. I want stuff that generates a good amount of mana fairly quickly, fairly cheaply. You. Scryfall. I'm gonna hate myself for this. How much are you? View all prints. Checklist. The least expensive legitimate version is 70 US. Alright. So. Worn Power Stone needs to go in. Thran Dynamo needs to go in. Cards I normally wouldn't add to a deck like this, but because 1 in 8 cards costs more than 5 mana, I want to be able to make sure I get to... Okay, Gilded Lotus is going to need to go in there. Oh, what's that scepter called? Control Shift T. Scepter. Scepter of Eternal Glory. You. I think I want... Because what I really want is I want 6 artifacts that will generate more than... They have to produce more than 2... they have to tap for at least 2 mana. And they cannot cost more than 5. Coveted Jewel is out. It costs too much. Alright. Have value less than 6. Sorry about that. Something I need to get out of my system. And was not yummy. Alright. Rule out the lands. I don't think I have. No. What? Okay. Firemind's vessel? Maybe. Firemind's vessel? Maybe. Colony gem? Maybe. That is a weird card. That is very much a weird card. Orb of Dragonkind. Cast only to cast dragons. It does not use up. Okay. Pyramid of the Pantheon. Oh my god, you're so cheap. How? I mean, yes, the first couple of times it only filters mana. I don't care. Oh, that's... Sky Cave... Skyclave Relic, maybe. Choose a color. 4 mana of the chosen color. Throne of Eldraine, maybe. 5 to cast. Tap for... Only to cast mono-colored spells of that color. So it would tap for quad black. Most of the time. Actually, I might call red. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12 artifacts. 12 out of 55. It's 43. No. Alright. Firemind Vessel or Colony Gem. I think I will take the Colony Gem. Because there's going to be cards that I'm going... Gem. Alright. Because there's going to be lands that I'm going to want to be able to reuse some other way. Alright. That should be enough. And now I fill the rest up with lands. I think I need stable lands for this. 3, 6. So 44, 38 lands. I need them to be stable this time. So, type in. Alright, let's go ID equal Rakdos first. Stuff that actually is black-red. Wow. You might as well get the actual revised version. Alright. This. I'm marking you down as ramp, which means you can be a different color if you want to. There. Delete. I am actually going to make this entire column here dual lands of some sort. I want you to be not narrow. I want you to be normal. I want you to be blood crypt. Blaze Mire Verge. Canyon Slough. Slough or Slough, I'm not sure which. Dragon Skull some Geothermal Bog. The ones I'm first actually actively paying attention to are the ones that are swamps and mountains at the same time. Rock Theater. Smoldering Marsh. Sulphurous Mire. Because some cards will care about. Sorry, just saw the new wording on Temple of Malice. This land enters tapped. Has always read Temple of Malice enters the battle or enters tapped or enters the battlefield tapped or whatever. No, the reason I specifically care about swamps or mountains is some cards are going to care, like Blaze Mire Verge. Activate only if you control a swamp or a mountain. Not only are my basics going to count, about half of the duels I've got listed already are going to count. Now I can punch in Foreboding Ruins. Unless you control 2 or more other. Haunted Ridge is fine. How much is Luxury Suite? Not awful. Anything else? Probably. You know what? Nah, that's fine. So for actual dual lands, that's fine. Now, how about red or black, but not both? Mana value less than 1. Which sounds weird until you take a look at the fact that the first few that show up are creatures or, spells of some sort on one side and become lands some other way. No, I want lands. How much is Barad-dûr? You're still cheap. Alright. Let's look at the cycling lands. Actually, no. I want Bojuka Bog. I know that. Which is this. Comes into play, exile target player's graveyard. Which means I also want Scavenger Grounds. You. Ideally I want you to be a different yellow. No. Huh. You are not showing up as a different color. Alright, you know what? Let's make the ramp another color. Let's make the ramp something more green. ID Rectos and then O Graveyard. Oops. And then T Land. Alright. Mana value greater than, or sorry, less than 1. Go away. Oh, Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Slowly eats graveyards, okay. Yeah, there's scavenger grounds. Huh. Alright. Hive of the Eye Tyrant. That's hilarious. I was talking about Bonder's Ornament before. That's Bonder's Enclave. Do I control creature power 4 or greater? I probably will. Oh, what? Autonomous Furnace draws pits. Know what? There. No. No. I don't want these guys because I sack them. How much is Fountain Port? Because you're getting played everywhere. Tap for Colas. Tap 2, sack a token, draw a card. Tap 3. I want Fountain Port. Because it makes treasure. Alright. I need one more land that does something interesting. Oh, yeah. And that sacrifice and that squiggle represents the name of this card. So in other words, it wouldn't allow, a card called Access Tunnel to have an ability that says Sacrifice Access Tunnel. Ancient Tomb, I can not reasonably accept. I can accept it. I can't afford it. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Oh, Archway Commons. You're not the card I thought you were. Arid Archway is the card I was thinking of. I need one more land that does something interesting. You're all dual lands. You're black. You're black. I think I can afford it to be red. So what if I do ID equal red? Tunnel the Bugbear. Oh, Flamekin Village is cute. Really? You're okay. Flamekin Village, maybe. How much is Hammerheim now? Okay. Yeah. I think I want Flamekin Village. Or what if I make you Flamekin Village? Wow. Okay. Command Tower would be fine. Mumble, mumble, mumble. I don't have anything. I might as well. Yeah, it's basically just Bajuka Bog, isn't it? Unless Oh my god, you're cheap. Next those. How much is next? Okay. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. Oh. I'm sorry, I may look like I'm twitching right now, but this is more a matter of, wait, your card that does what? Turn target card commander you own from the battlefield to your hand. Oh. Oh, I could play Temple of the False God. Yeah, Colony Gem is just really math there. um... Rakdos, O maximum, O mana. Actually, there. I think. I'll put Thought Vessel in. Alright. And that, after almost 5 hours, is finally done. So, yeah, I'm going to go and upload this to my YouTube, and yeah, it took a while to get this done, but finally finished, and let's now Let's now do this quote-unquote properly. There we go. Start. Steel sack. Alright. Paste and upload. Insert a section heading by... Okay. Copy. Paste. Copy. Whoops. Paste. Spot removal. And then we get down to this section. Copy. Paste. 14. Let's see if that works properly. There we go. So this says mana source distribution is 60-40. But that's treating the 11 dual lands that I have equally. And now I have this entire list posted, and I can go and copy that, go back here, there. And that is it. It is done. It has a link. I will drop the link. You know what? Boop. There you go. And I will post this up on YouTube, and I'll drop the link in the video description, and that is... I mean, again, I don't expect this to be a great deck, but it should be at least a playable deck. It has enough mana. Well, it should have enough mana. Between Worn Power Stone, Thran Dynamo, Gilded Lotus, Scepter of Eternal Glory, you're gonna have to wait until you hit your... I believe it's your 4th swamp to be able to actually trigger the Scepter. 3rd swamp. You only need 3 swamps, which you could also do with 3 mountains. Not completely unreasonable. You have 6 mountains. It is possible. Those plus Temple of the False God. That gives you 7 ways to generate more than 6 ways. I have Thought Vessel in there. I have Thought Vessel in there just because the off chance that you end up having to do a couple of, spins with like Tower of Fortunes or whatever. But you should... I think you probably have enough card draw that you can actually dig through and find what you need. The handful of cards under other... I mean... They're basically cards that are there to do... They're not there to be anything specific. They are there to be... like Blood Artist. I'm going to be sacrificing stuff for abilities. I might as well get value out of that. Basilisk Collar. In a pinch, you throw it on Olivia, and you pay 2 mana, and you start killing your opponent's creatures left, right, and center. Yeah, I don't have a way to make her, to prevent her from getting hit herself by things. I'm not that worried about it. I can always recast her. She's a 4-drop. Recasting her for 6 or for 8 even 10 is not completely unreasonable. And then I've got Kazul's Fury in there also, which is also a. You know what? Type equal land, mana value greater than 0. How many of these am I actually running? Fel the Profane is actually pretty good because it is also a removal spell. Where did you come from? Modern Horizons 3. Okay. That and Hagra Mauling are both reasonable. But yeah, Kazul's Fury. I am actually going to take that. I am going to right justify it. Malakir Rebirth. Okay, so it's literally just the one that I have. Okay. But yeah. That being said, I am going to log off for tonight. I have been streaming for the last 5 hours. I think I am done for tonight. So, that being said, have a good evening. I will see you next time. Hopefully, next time will not take as long. I'll probably grab a deck list that I've already been putting some work into.